Hello, hello. Merry Questmas all. Hope you're all having a fine day today. On this December 25th, Questmas is upon us again. And today we've got some really fun plans for celebrating Questmas. If you're unfamiliar, this is a thing I started during COVID. Just doing Quest 64 in some sillier way. Brian and Reverse Brian. On Christmas Day. All sorts of different ways. We've looked at the Game Boy Color game. We've looked at the Marrow randomizer. We've looked at Lost Keys in that. And today we're going to take a look at glitches and speedrun tactics and more like specific ways that the engine work that we're going to abuse and use. Some of these we've talked about before, the ways that different stats work, the ways that mechanics and things like that work, but others are going to be glitches that I've spent a good time practicing here, but have not gotten down pat, so quick is relative. We're going to be faster than any other Questmas, but gonna be rolling. But yeah, it's Quest 64, The Journey of Brian. If you're unfamiliar, Quest 64 is an extremely early N64 RPG, one of the only N64 RPGs. Came out a little raw, to the point where the Japanese release actually has a number of like bug fixes and slight quality of life pieces. Maybe that'll be next year's. Small enough changes to take a look at it. But anyway. Still strange how rare RPGs on the N64 all these years later. I think a large chunk of that has to do with the raw relationship between Square, at least as a chunk of it. Like, both Square and Enix moved off of the N64 for differing reasons in that era, and a lot of other companies kind of followed behind. Anyway. So, it's Quest. We're here. We're gonna be going after our father. He went missing, and we're gonna find him. This is, I think, basically all we're going to have as far as our story for today. Again, we're going to be doing a lot of things faster, not as much exploring the world, but should have put like a timer somewhere on here. We're not going to be going to Dondoran. That's outside of the scope of today. So, this is actually a good place for me to start talking about some of the important mechanics. Merry Questmas. That is a that's a good emote. Anyway. Finding your father in a post-scarcity society. Indeed. So, one of the first mechanics to talk about today is item mechanics. We're going to be doing different speedrun glitches and tech. So there's a few different like routes of speedrunning. The most recent does a lot of out-of-bounds tech, which, if all things go well, I'll be showing you a couple different ways that works. But yeah, it's close to an hour on the current speedrun. So, a piece about items in this game. We have a item list. We can't use anything because we don't have anything. There are a lot of NPCs in the game that will hand you fresh bread, honey bread. If you don't have any, you can get some free bread. Our little buddy here. Our little buddy here, Pat. Your quest is sure to be a long one. Don't be so sure. But Pat will give us the bread if we don't have one. Hey, Doc Science, thanks for the sub. And a lot of these work the way that if you have none, you can always go back and get one. And this is the same with, like, wings and a few other items in the game. But it's also true of item drops in the game. A lot of enemies in this game have item drops, but you won't see them because they won't drop if you already have the item in your pocket. We need to grab some bread. We have some honey bread, fresh bread. Right, I need to get used to my controls here. Look, everyone can have as much bread as they need. If you already have a bread, you don't need more bread. I said it's gonna be quick, but I have to, like, go look at places. Anyway, actually don't want to do too much of this. Prisoner 24601 stole a loaf. Brian would never steal a loaf of bread. So, what we're going to be looking at, we have some pretty big tricks we're going to be looking at pretty immediately. I'm going to be ignoring a couple of the spirits immediately in the world. Because we want to go start things off with a fairly difficult trick that allows us to duplicate spirits being our magic level. If I pull this up, you can see we're 1111. There are a bunch of spirits in the overworld that we can pick up that will up those levels. For the moment, we're going to be ignoring them. You know, there's a couple in the field behind us. Because we're going to be back in town. So, first things first, to showcase what I've got going on, I'm going to be using a little bit of saving and loading to make sure things go well. So the first thing we need to do... Hey, Brian. Brian is on a quest. And Brian's quest is going to take him to the other side of this, if I'm going fast, I should, I'll text you. We're going to head south towards Zundoran, but we're not going to head all the way there at the moment. We're going to head towards a corner of the field that has a spirit in it. Near these, we're going to get in combat with these wolves. Good old hellhound. We're going to get into combat with some bunnies. Maybe Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright if we're lucky. If you've seen previous Questmas, there's a little bit of an exploit we've done in the past where, I love that jaw, where spirits are in dungeons and on certain places of the overworld, where you're able to cast Return or Escape to go back to a town or leave a dungeon. You can hover over the spirit, cast Escape, and in the time that cast goes off, you can spam pick up the spirit like 4 to 6 times, right? And that's great. But it's not the fastest we can do things. Because, and this Big Mouth is going to help us. Oh man, Big Mouth is not going fast. Big Mouth is Questmas done wiggly. Womp, womp, womp. But yeah, like, if we're in the middle of a cast animation, we can pick up a spirit multiple times. And that's really good for us. We can get, like, 3... We're going to be doing that today a few times. But we still are starting at 1111. And so, what if we could find a way to pick up a spirit a little faster? And Big Mouth here is here to help. Uh-huh. Chomp. Yep. Chomp. Yep. Chomp. Yep. Chomp. Big Mouth do be chomp. Come on, buddy. Okay. Hopefully things aren't too awkward. I need you to hit me to at least 3 HP. One more time, please. I said one more time, please. Okay. That'll be good. Let's set up the save. Alright. So, what we're doing here has a few moving parts. I'm going to explain them here. First, we're at 2 HP. As you might guess, what we're going to attempt to do involves dying and being dead. But the thing about dying and being dead is that it's a little optional. Not totally, we'll still die and be dead. But that's a key part of this. The second part of this is that while we're moving, and I hit the button to pull up a spell, we don't instantly stop. You see, the spell menu comes up and I'm still running for a little while after I hit that. Just a little bit. Dogs, sorry, let me, hold on. I'm trying to illustrate a point, dogs. Yeah, you lose half your money on death, but we're post-scarcity, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, so running. If I'm running, I hit this button, I get into the menu, but I'm still moving for a short period. So I don't have the manipulation for this setup. Third thing. I don't... No, not yet. Buddy, we're a little busy here. So up ahead of me is a spirit. See that right there? Now, normally, you know, grab a spirit, put it in an element, great, cool. But we want to pick up the spirit a couple times. A few times. A few times. And through a combination of these pieces, we're going to do so. So, as I mentioned, and this is the part that I don't have the manipulation down for it, is that we're going to... Oh my goodness, Nick Themeron, thank you for 100 gift subs. I will have to thank you all at a later point, and thank you a ton, Nick Themeron, for it. Merry Questmas. But right here, we're going to try and, while moving... And there's a lot of pieces to it, that's why I'm saving, because, again, the manipulation is difficult. Because we want to be close to this spirit right here. We actually want to be close to this wall here. There we are. So, if I go like this... Ah, it's a bunny. I can't use a bunny. No, okay. Come on. No, alligator can't help right now. No, not alligator can't help. Alligator's trying to help, but alligator can't help. We need either Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright or a dog. It's got to be one of the two. Because the problem is, if it's Bunny, we go first. We can't go first in this fight. We need to go second. So, bunny. Okay, that's bunny on all corners. Ooh, okay. You're not helpful. You're not helpful, buddy. Mr. Bright over there sometimes will attack and sometimes won't. On turn 1. Sometimes he'll heal for 0. But the trick here is, if we get into a combat, like, I'll try to... this game does that. Okay, like so. We can take action 1. We need to get in combat with an enemy who will attack us on turn 1. Not just a... Yeah, so, like, this needs to happen. We need that to happen, but we need to get into a fight on... like this. Because I can take action 1, like so. And if I'm in the menu... if I have this menu open while combat happens, I can do an attack. And then get to my menu. Get to the bread. Normally I would not be able to get to bread there, but... let's save this one. And if we can get to bread... we can eat a bread while we take lethal damage. And if we eat a bread while we take lethal damage, this animation will play. Here, I'll get bopped by a bunny here. Because, like, normally when I die, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. During that entire time, the idea is, if we die and stand back up by eating a bread and then get out of combat, we can then take actions. And the action we want to take is touch this spirit as many times as possible. It's fun. We get to start on the hardest possible trick in the game. Merry Questmas. The beginning of the day is just like the trick we're going to spend easily the most time on. I guess on a speedrun, that's preferable. Like, you would rather do that in a speedrun, I think. Because if it's at the end of the run... oh, there's Dog. Okay, hold on. If we can get... Dog is the enemy we're looking for. Dog is the most... because Dog, on turn 0... ah! Hey, welcome. We're having a great Questmas. Right now we're trying a spirit duplication by having Brian eat a bread at the same moment that he dies. But first we need to find a dog to help us. You're not gonna be it. Ooh, okay, hold on. That's... 2 dog is probably fine. Was that a dog right out of this? No, you have to chomp on the bread. Oh, that was it. Dang it, okay. Like this here. So... so if I frame one this, I get the bread, I eat the bread. Dog is gonna... oh, we're not close enough to the wall. Okay. So I need to be... one of the parts about this is that you need to be able to escape the fight. That's why we have multiple save states here. And Verton, yes, we're trying to do some very interesting speedrun tricks today, which, even with the amount of time we're going to be doing showing off, explaining, going through these, we're going to save hours over a normal Questmas. But yeah, so this is demonstrative of what's going on with this. So I attack. Because I attacked, I can open up my menu. And the dog wants to bonk me a few times, that's fine. Ah, too early. Okay, come on, dog. Okay. Okay. Anyway, that's the movement. Tiny croissant I've been holding in my collar. But that's the effect of the trick here. The actual... Let's see if we can get out of the way here. So hold the bread in my mouth. Take lethal damage. Eat the bread. Didn't get me out of... Bread in the mouth. Too early. Ooh, I didn't pull my bread in time there. But you can see, like, the way that this works, right? Okay, eat the bread. Get out of the combat. Yeah, my positioning here isn't right for grabbing the spirit. Ooh, can Mr. Shine, Mr. Bright help me? Let's try those. Buddy, you have to hit... No! Okay. Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright cannot help me. Well. Let's see if my other... I have another... Hang on, I need you to... No. What was my other one? Okay, there's dogs. I don't know if Mr. Shrine and Mr. Bright can help. Now, the thing with these two is that they don't always attack on one. And even if they do, that fireball doesn't always hit. Ooh, okay. No, I didn't get the bread menu open there. Okay. Block me. Eat it. Get out of... I didn't get out of the fight there. Bonk. Eat bread. Do I still have the save state for the one that I was successful on? This one here? There's one setup with this where you can get the dog to teleport to you, and so, like, you're in a better position for leaving the fight. None of these dogs can hit me. Help. Alright, come on, buddy. No. Alright, let's try back on this setup here. This is the fun part. This is the exciting part to me, where we attempt to get a dog to teleport on our head for a while. Ooh, that was too fast. Okay, hold on. Let's... Okay. Dog, you gotta hit me. If I go fast enough, there we go! No, no! Dog, y'all let me out of combat, please. We are attempting a duplication glitch with this spirit here, involving a dog teleporting on my head, shooting me, I eat a bread, I leave combat, but I'm not doing the timing on the positioning right. It's a difficult thing, clearly. Help. Oh, too early on the bread. Now let's get out of here. Okay. Do I need to be standing on the spirit as it happens? I need to be standing on the spirit like this as it happens. Dogs are back. Now I can't have... Dog, you needed to hit me, bud. That might be it. So that's the escape. Let's back up. Oh, now the dog just had me in the loop. Can't get me from that angle. Interesting. These teleporting dogs are so powerful. around the dog. Or I'll get missed. That one can happen too. The missed dog is hard to work with. Alright, hit me. Alright, got a bread in hand. Dog. The missed dog. Okay. We actually did hit it. Oh, thank goodness. Let's put this one hidden in a corner. Demonstratable, this is what you do. You'll notice that this is like 14. The idea is to come out of here with more like 40 or 50 of these. But that is because you can see there's a lot more time where if we don't have two dogs both attacking on top of the turn, we have an extra 2 or 3 seconds to be able to make the touch, right? Like... Like that... Mainly, that's the big part of it, is that, like, we have more time to get the touch if there's not a second dog on our head. But yeah, that is the main, like, thrust of the duplication we're doing. If maybe not the best implementation of it. Missed Dog is just so powerful. But yeah, still, I'm happy with the success on that. We get the a pile of spirits. That's sort of the idea with this, is that we get a pile of spirits. With the time that you have, it's about 7 to 8 seconds, and the pickup for them is entirely like hit A and then a C button, which is like a 2-frame back and forth, 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. If you succeed on that, you could get, like, between something like an upward bound of, like, 70, maybe a little higher. I think on perfect, it would be, like, 80 and change. We'll do a little bit more dog manipulation to see if we can get a better... Yeah. I love this teleporting dog. If we have the non-teleporting dog, will this work? No, that's where you get missed dog. Blah! Too late. Brian's got to eat the bread earlier. Brian, eat the bread. Ah, that's not out of the fight. I hope you're enjoying bread time with Brian. This is good. Now the fight. Gotta be quicker on that. Okay. That's a much better go at it. So that shows just how much, like, again, if we can get into a combat with one dog rather than two dogs, we don't have that, the back and forth happening. We should just have one dog bonking us a couple times. Because turn order in this game is always you enemy, you enemy, you enemy, but like, because we have the menu open when we're here, we're really messing with turn order a lot. It's just not working the way that it normally should. Hope you can parse what's going on here. Oh, too early on bread. That second dog can't hit me. Let's see if we can get a better encounter. Right? I'm gonna spend some time trying to, like, work with this because I'm having a lot of fun with, like, different dog styles here. So I think we want the... Oh, Bunny's not it. Because, like, I go first against Bunny, so that's not gonna... Bunny. Banui. Banui, you got it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll see you later, Bunny. That's kind of it. Okay. Now we're talking. Yes. Well, we get one dog. Yeah. So this is the true crime we're looking for on the Questmas Miracle, right? We're gonna try a little more. Too early. Miss dog. Can't have miss dog. Too early on the eat. Miss dog's got a hit. need to get in a position where that first hit can hit me. But not, like... Okay. That actually might be the best. Okay. I see the difference here. Yeah, I see what we can do a little different. We wait a little bit on the bread so we don't have an extra turn on. $26? Can we beat our record? Oh, too late on deploying the bread there. I've got to adjust my angle so I don't do the stat Ave hit. What's our... Okay. That's too far to the side. Oh, that was the perfect. Oh. Okay. I think I've got that. That's the actual honest to goodness, like. Trick there. Like, that's getting the full, like, seconds on it. We have to take the hit? Yeah, all right. I think we've got a winner. 40. With 40, the Questmas miracle can begin, I believe. 50 is the cap in total. Over the course of the play, we want to get up to 36 in... We want to get up to 50 in Earth, and this is about as high as we need in water. I'm gonna try one more. Yeah, if I'm like a little better on... No, I think that's about as good as we're gonna get. Let's go with 40. I think 40 is gonna be the Questmas miracle for the day. Anyway, Questmas Done Quick, where we spend 45 minutes starting on one trick, but it's an important trick. All right, from here, we can talk about a few of the other important pieces of how Quest 64 as a game functions. And exactly how we're going to be using that for our other major trick of Questmas Done Quick. Speedrunning, that is exactly speedrunning, a calling which you spend 8 hours to save 10 minutes. And obviously, like, I'm sitting there, like, loading a bunch of saves and such. I'm gonna quick make, like, different save for. Oh, and I get to demonstrate. Ahem. We get another fresh bread. Because we didn't have one before. Alright, I'm gonna pick up a few spirits along the way. We're gonna need earth. And we need earth up to 36. We need it up to 50 from where we are. And we also need earth up to, or we need, like, fire up a little. Eh. Once. But the next trick I'm gonna show you is a much, smaller trick, but it's a very interesting one, in how stat gains work in this game. So, just to talk about stats in general, you've got your 4 stats, HP, MP, defense, and agility. And the stats in this game go up based on usage. There's a couple more bits to that, but basically, like, using HP will gain HP, also bonking with your stick. Spending MP and hitting with spells will gain MP experience. Defense will raise on getting hit, and agility will raise on movement. This has the, like, funny bit where if you wanted to, like, rubber band leave your, character going in a circle, you could do that. Agility affects a few things in this game. Attacking first in a fight, but also your circle in a fight, and a few other bits. And you also have the orb, that this is like combat experience, that orb will fill with combat experience. But agility goes up also by movement outside of combat, but it goes up a ton by movement in a combat. And so, I'm going to go to leave town, and we're going to make a quick save again. And I'm going to do a fight, and just let it happen. And then I'm going to do a fight with a little trick. And we'll get to compare numbers. Alright? And also the cause of Quest 64's Big Awful Trap rewards dodging early and spams undodgeable attacks you never defense for. Yes. Certain. I'm gonna grab a couple spirits in town. Look, this may be Questmas Done Quick, but I still love to explore. Say hi to all the sheep. Hope you're having a good Questmas today. Quick is all relative, you know this. Just around this house, right? Me having to remember spirit locations. You can see them on the overworld. Oh, I'm thinking of the hayfield in a later town. Never mind me. Does this house have a treasure chest for us, though? Yes. More bread. Eating one spirit 40 times saves like 200 spirits over the course of the game. Yeah, eating those spirits right now actually does save us quite a lot of, like, XP. Who is afraid of the big bad wear hair? Oh, look at these kids wiggling. These are some great kids wiggling. Okay. Let's get out of town. I'm gonna make a save as we leave. And then I'm gonna show off 2 different things. So let's go save 3. Right now, my agility is 6, experience 54. We got a were-rabbit. I'm just gonna leave the fight. I've left the fight. My agility is 672. Alright, let's load. Let's get into a rare rabbit fight. Do I not outspeed the were rabbits right now? This might not work because I don't outspeed the were hares. Yeah. No, it did. Okay. My agility is 941 on that fight. Instead of 672. So what happens there is that when I get into a fight, I have priority, right? I'm turn 1. Against were-rabbit. And that's great. Like, I have turn 1. But, and if I leave here again, we're going to be at 663. But if I get into a fight that I have priority in, and I spend my turn immediately, right here, I'm just spamming Water Pillar. Now they went first. That's, I skipped my own turn 1, right? Like, I just spammed Water Pillars, which is C down plus A. So the were-hare went first. What that does is changes just a little bit in movement calculation in a fight. Because movement in a fight is worth a ton of agility experience as opposed to movement on the overworld. If I take that priority action and effectively skip my turn, rather than moving from like the middle of the circle to the edge and the game thinking that like we moved half a circle for the agility, the game thinks we moved from wherever we last entered this map to that point for purposes of agility calculation, wherever we last calculated. So we got 3 full agility points and change because the game thinks we moved from that, like, all the way from the last combat spot. So when we get into a fight again, I'm gonna just spam Water Pillar, C down plus A. Oh, it might not work on dogs. I don't think I outspeed dogs. That's fine. Yeah, that's not like, well, Bumbershoot. But yeah, the main thing is that, like, we're able to gain agility very quickly by skipping our action 1 in combat. And by doing that, we gain agility outsized to like what we would expect over the course of like a normal game, if you aren't like actively going for it, you know? So like I skipped turn 1 there against the big mouth. Let's see what that did. Yeah, like we're getting like full levels. Hey, man. Fine, we can't do that in a house. Anyway, let's head to the forest. A couple things are going to happen for us in the forest. First is where I'm going to show off, again, like, this is stuff we've done in, like, normal playthroughs, but it's important to do as far as speedrunning goes, at least from a safety's point of view, because we... We talked about earlier the way that stats work by, like, using them. And if we're just, like, skipping fights, moving past everything, we're gonna have no defense and we're gonna get chumped by some later enemies. So there's gonna be a couple points where I'm gonna want to get bonked a few times by enemies on purpose. I also want to be, like, spending, MP to gain MP as time goes on. Soul Searcher here is the most effective, like, all-hit that we have. Yeah, so like when we walk into the forest here, we're gonna run into a couple enemies that have multi-hit wind cutter moves, and we want to get bopped by those a few times. We're also gonna do some duplication on some spirits for Earth in there. $15 agility, okay. We need a sizable amount of agility for later areas, specifically for some tricks. Okay, so I'm gonna put down a save to make sure I remember how this works so I don't mess it up. So, stand over this. Glad I did that. It's wrong spell. Hey, Kobold. Okay. In front of you. I think it's just exit. Let's do that. I don't want that. I messed up and put one in fire. That's not what we want. Yeah, so like this is the normal duplication. We can get like we can get 3 on here. I think we can do more than 3. We can do better than 2, clearly. Yeah, okay. Apparently I'm... You have to alternate mashing on these, so like... That's fine. Like, you're alternating a C button and the A button to confirm that pickup. So... That frog is, I think, who we're looking for in a fight. We'll have a couple more spirits we're going to duplicate for... Yeah, I hope you're all having a great Questmas. Okay, over this way. Ooh, I think I am trying to read a sign. This is like minorly who we're looking for. Okay. Marianne Nasty is a fun enemy. Yeah. So we want to get bonked a few times by... Not this. We want to be at range from Frog, and we want Frog to hit us with some cutters for a little while. Buddy? Come on. I'm completely invincible. It's kind of a cat scare. As long as you don't move, you're perfectly safe. Okay, we do want to get hit, though. Please? Alright, let's take a look. We're at, yeah, 6 defense. We need... We want higher than that. Let's go pick up this spirit here, too, then, while we're... I saw this in the middle of combat. Damn, I should be able to do better than 2. 4 is what I guess the way I have things mapped is a little funky on the movement here. Cobalt outspeeds me. I don't like that. I have the C buttons on my face buttons, and then I have A on the shoulder, which means that, like, the tapping for a multi pickup is a little funky, if you can believe it. I need to be doing just the, like, whenever I'm not, like, getting into a combat, I need to be doing the, like, the movement for turn skipping. Alright, we grabbed, I think, everything on this side, so let's head to the other side of the forest. Ah, I'm really happy that we got the pickup to work. And I spent a lot of time making sure that I had the setup for that down. And I'm really happy that we got it to Mario Nasty. I can't get over Mario Nasty. One fun thing about this speedrun is that even though we're speedrunning, there's still, like, bosses that we want to, like, fight, even if we could skip them. Because bosses are worth, like, a sizable amount of HP. So from, like, a completion, like, you know, having enough health to be able to complete the end game viewpoint, we want to have, we want to, oh, here, we can get in a fight with you for a little bit. We want to have enough health to be able to, like, take hits when magic barrier falls off. Completely safe. Alright, hit me for a couple times. Oh, yep. We'll hide behind this tree. Enemy design in this game is something I talk about every time we play it, and it's always lovely. Like, just take a look at this dang Frog Knight. The way it's put together. The enemies in this game are just a incredible, like, put together 3D models in a lot of ways. Yeah, we're gonna get bonked. Again, the idea here is that the Frog Knight bonks us now so that we don't die in one hit to larger hits later. You see that we're going down to 2s and 1s instead of the 3s that we were at the beginning of this endeavor. Our healing is also really powerful right now because we have 40 plus in water. Our healing scales based on how much is in that. Alright. Can't dupe this one, but still want it. I'm also going to want to go around. There's a couple specific items that are important for us to pick up over time. Mint leaves are the biggest. Those are MP heals that we need that we're going to want for, like, safety's sake near the back of the run in certain fights. Having MP heals so that you're not at the mercy of confusion giving you MP is fairly important. Cobalt keeps outspeeding me, which makes my, like... Sorry, is heal 1 and heal 2 healing the same amount? $22, $26. Sure, okay. That's not the same amount. By much. Again, fighting a frog here, I'm gonna take a couple hits against the frog. I'm excited to just sort of topple over Solvering. We don't have a lot of health, but we have 1,000,000 damage. So if you're playing this game yourself, kind of talked about this before, but like water and earth are the water, like very specifically, is the element that's almost impossible to find a way around grabbing because it's where heal exists. It's why in the Marrow randomizer, part of that randomizer adds heal into a second element so that you have more than one option. There are other ways of healing in the game. Vampire Stave exists in Fire, for instance, but Vampire Stave doesn't really function in boss fights because Vampire Stave is a buff that just gets eaten off your bar. Another spirit over there. Dang kobolds. Nearly every boss in this game has a dispel on hit, but it is on hit, so... Alright. You... Yeah, so... Yeah, that's fine. The big thing there about it being on hit is that Magic Barrier, the end-all be-all of skills in this game, makes you immune to spells, which constitutes 96% of all attacks in this game, including the ones that would dispel it, so... Okay. Ooh, 6 of them. Ooh. Bop, 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 bop. Let's work up that MP on Bat. '26 agility. For the use of a later trick, I'm gonna need, I think around 45 is the number. Love to be healing. Alright, and then there's the tree in the middle here, and we get the vine? See you later, Mantrap. There's a spirit on the back side of this room. Oh, did I turn around? Oh, no. Oh, no. This way, right? Yeah, okay, okay. One of the most deadly things that can happen out of a Quest 64 battle is... Oh, dear, did I get... Did I get rotated? You don't want to get rotated. Alright. So we're gonna say hi to Solvering. I was trying to turn skip there. You know what? Anyway. That's 5 levels we got from fighting Silvering there. There is an experience bar. You just don't usually, like, look at it in this game. It's this orb. There's a few things I want to steal from Silvering. You're the mint leaves? Yeah, you're the mint leaves. Good. Got the big pot of stew. You some bread? Are you the... Yeah, you're some bread. Good. Alright. I think... Does that count as theft? Has Brian stolen a loaf of bread? A stolen loaf of bread has been stolen. I'm not worried about the murder. That one, that's not the question here. I love Mario Nasty. Mario Nasty is one of my favorite enemies. Okay. Oh! Okay, actually, let's show a fun bit. Let's see if we can... I don't know how fun it is, but it's funny to me. Let's talk about mechanics again. The way that stats in this game function, you see we have agility, defense. I'm gonna need a little more agility. I need enough for a big enough circle is the thing. Let's actually head back the way we came and kind of bonk a couple and do the turn skip so that we have... Hello? Did I just do the sillier glitch against kobolds there? But yeah, the way that stats work in the game is that stats gain experience when they're used, but they don't change until either combat ends or they're called again. This is to say, I'm gonna get bonked a few times by a kobold, alright? This is definitely just... Take 6. 6. We're just gonna get beat up by kobolds for a little while. Does that sound fine? Oh, well, I didn't want to beat up a kobold, it's okay. If they're gonna walk into my stick, there's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, so our stats don't change in the middle of combat while we're taking those hits. So like, you don't see the gains for it immediately. But if you use a spell that calls the stat, it'll recalculate. So if we want to like, if we're fighting against a multi-hitting enemy, and we want to, like, see our gains a little bit more in real time. See, now we're taking 5 from this. Now, it looks like we're on a bit of a precipice here. That's fine. But it lets us, like, call it in. I'm gonna get out of this fight, by the way. Oh, I'll get out of this fight by bonking you on the head. .30 agility. I'll leave the way we came in. So the next trick we have is going to happen when we enter Coal Hazard, which means we have a little bit of walking to do. We're just going to be wandering down until we get to Coal Hazard, which is the tunnel that leads out to the windmill city, where Zeiss is. This enemy is just not... Too many pieces on the pile of bones here. How did that do for 32? I think we'll be fine. If not, like, agility is a stat that's easily gainable if we need to do so. Again, the point of today in my mind is more showing off the tricks rather than the full speed itself. Zels? Zels, I forgot a letter. Oh, Zeiss is on my mind from it. You're right. I was like, why would Zeiss be on my mind? And it's like, buddy, you've been playing Trails every week for the last year and change. Don't know why that would be on your mind over Quest, right? No reason. Okay. So we're gonna leave this way. Well, if there's an escalator to... Ooh. So we don't even have to go to Dondoran. We can just leave. Again, I'm gonna pick up a couple spirits because I would like Earth to be at 36. And before we get to Zels specifically, I would like Earth to be at 36. How's everybody's Questmas going? Having a good Questmas? I'm having a good Questmas. I'm glad to be doing a different style on Questmas. I know our run at our first trick, I had a blast just getting that set up. Getting us all the spirits to start with here. Out of bread. Well, if you're out of bread, you should be able to talk to somebody and get exactly one fresh bread. So, great Questmas for you there. Questmas pasta. That's good. Oh! Here we are. Some of the best enemies. Sister's cats have incredible zoomies. If we wanted to get a huge amount of spirits, we've shown this before, but to the west here is Glencoe Forest. And Glencoe Forest is an area we can do like some spirit duplication really easy. Hell, let's go over there for a little bit. That won't be too bad. We can just duplicate a couple of the spirits out front. Apophis. How bad does Apophis hit us? The next place I think would be best to do like getting defense leveled as we want would be the little skull bats in the beginning of Coal Hazard. This one's always hilarious to get up because there's there's a ramp there, but getting up and down it is like ridiculous because you can't see it from that angle. Alright. Yeah, we'll just be really quick in Glencoe Forest. We can't actually have this be a speed run today because, you know, I'm doing saving and loading on the main trick. But we can take a nice, speedy pace. Okay. Hey, Medibot, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. Dark Goblin. I love the goblins. I'll say it for basically every enemy in this game. They have such a wonderful set of enemies. By this tree, there's like 7 in this woods. Spirit duplicator is a real old printing device that uses alcohol solvents. The spirit duplicator. I understand. Yeah, it's done quick, not speedrunning. That's the difference. That's why that's specifically the point of today, is I want to show off glitches and talk about the way that oh, look at the saunter on these. Hold on. Watch the walk on these. Oh, come on, buddy. Come on. Show me that saunter. You don't have it. There we go. Okay. Not as good at doing the duplication. We want to get 3 or 4. I think the max you can do is 6 or 7 with, like, task movement. Oh, I need to be doing the... Again, I gotta remember to do hot lips. $38. It's probably enough. Like... I think 44 or 45 is the actual number we need for what I'm trying to do. And I swear this will make sense. When we get to the trick, you'll understand why an estimated speed value is an important piece for what we're doing. But it's the other major trick in this game. Alright, come on, buddy. No! You... I'll take 3. One... I want to show that like 4 or 5 is possible at this, but I'm just not. Yeah, I just don't have the speed for that pickup. Anyway, important spells that we have here. Confusion. Confusion's a great name for a spell. Confusion, you might think, would cause confusion or a status ailment, or maybe prevent a status ailment. But no, Confusion is the name for the spell that gives you MP heal when you are hit. In fact, one of the things I might do on today, because we have a lot of, you know, if we're doing quick, we'll have some extra time, is take a look over the manual, you know? See what sort of things we can learn about Quest. But yeah, if I cast Confusion, I have a barrier on me. This barrier does nothing defensively, but when I get hit, I gain MP back. Personally, I would expect Confusion to be a 50 power damaging move. Yeah. You know? Could it cause Confuse? Possibly. I kind of wonder if I did some graphical setup changes for today as compared to the last few quests. And I think they might be causing a little bit more of that lag speed, but there's certain enemies like Caterpillar and such that just cause really big slowdowns. I love Goblin. The way that Goblins, like, look at their, like, dance. And they have, like, the really pulled up pants. It's great. Okay. So we're heading, across the sea here. We're gonna be taking a boat. There are a lot of enemies that have powerful little guy energy. The goblins, the orc juniors, so many of the silly, again, these moving. So part of the speed run, tech we're doing here is that we're going to be like under-leveled as far as what you would expect to be, as far as like normally going through an area. When you're going through Coal Hazard, I generally expect to be at about 100 HP by the back half of Coal Hazard, just from how many like hits and deaths and attacks you have to block to be able to go through it under normal circumstances. Alright. It's time for Brian to take a boat. Alright, Brian is taking a boat. They're so fast here. Okay. So this point to save here is actually going to be used for later taking a death to warp back here, is the idea on this. I have to remember to do it correctly. It should be after we fight the water boss. I could imagine trying to beat this game without water magic. It's painful. You have a lot of, you're either like having a high enough of defense or you're using stuff like Vamp Stave or Wind actually has a lot of really useful spells in it. Just part of Questmas Pass where we focused on, there was the one Questmas where we specifically focused on wind and fire for the colors. I think even in that one though, I think I took, I do think I also did take water up to 8 to have healing to speed that one along. Okay, hold on. This is what are we at? 43. All right, I kind of want agility to stick in that spot, give or take, I think. All right, and where are we? Okay, we have to take the roundabout way to Coal Hazard. Gremlin. Orc Jr. Orc Jr. is one of my favorite enemies. should be a point where I cross over to the west here. Oh, I've been turned. Okay. Must have been a Nork Jr. fight. Yep, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I got turned around in Orc fight. So, we're gonna be using, the previous tricks we've been doing have either fallen into two categories where they're, like, yo! The wolf goat. I don't remember the wolf goat at all. Whoa! I have no memory of wolf goat. Terrifying creature. They added new creatures. The wolf goat who knows avalanche. Yeah, don't mess. Okay, I remember you. It's Marrow. That's them. Okay. But yeah, the tricks we've been doing have either been like stat manipulation or have been kind of like time manipulation where we do an animation and then after that animation starts or happens, we take a different action to do a spirit pickup, right? That's the main thrust of what we've been doing. We're gonna be doing something completely different here. Once again, I'm gonna go ahead and put some quick saves down. I also want to have a bat bother me a little bit. We're gonna get bat bothered. The first encounter we have out here is always with one of those silly skull bats. Hello. Which damage does Spirit Armor 2 block? Okay, what does that actually look like for... Oh, it'll take some time to get that leveled. Alright. It's best if we can find somebody who has the arrow one that hits like 6 times and just get bonked by that a few. Okay, one more little area. Alright. 44. I think that's what we need. I think we're good with 44. So it's gonna be in this next room. we're gonna get into a fight with some blood jelly. Alright? And that's gonna be the important piece, that we get into a fight with some blood jelly. Wow, the bats are after blood today. Not unlike the jelly. Okay. So let's set ourselves another quick save here. So in this room, right around here, we should get into a fight with some blood jelly. Right around here. Hello? That's not a blood jelly. That's not a, you are not a blood jelly. Thank you. Try again. There we go. Okay. Blood jelly. I love buffs that can miss, by the way. That's actually the biggest cause of a death in the run of this, is that you have buffs, like, we use Magic Barrier as our big way of staying alive. Okay. So, let's... Here? No, a little bit more left, it looks like. Here. Okay. Can I tilt my stick for a walk? Oh dear. I'll try moving this a little bit over. Here. No, too far to the side for that. Okay. So this is, we're trying to clip out of bounds. We're trying to use the circle plus the ledge here to clip ourselves out of Coal Hazard. So if I run, we kind of get pushed back. Let's try a little bit over to the left a little more. This is also why the agility value matters for the size of the circle. Come on. Because, yeah, it's this collision point. You see how, like, the circle is intersecting with this cliff? We're basically trying to force it to bounce us out of here. Merry Questmas. That's fine, let me bonk a jelly. See, we want the edge of the circle right around here. Ooh, that's not a good angle, I don't think. I'm gonna try binding sensitivity so it doesn't go above, like... Try moving this here. We need a little bit more... Pull it out from the wall a little bit? here. That maybe? Ooh. I believe in Brian's power. That's too far to the side. There we go. Yeah! Okay. Now let's get the hell out of the fight. So, we've flipped out of bounds. I need to open up a different thing now because I need my map of this area or else we're gonna have a lot of problems very quickly. Quest 64, out of bounds, maps. Give me Coal Hazard. Let's put this over here. Okay. So, a lot of navigation from this point on is going to be by the compass. Because we're kind of completely out of bounds. So let me hold on. I have to move this so I can see it better. There we go. So we were heading north. We're gonna head east. Do fights still happen when out of bounds? Only if you're close to the main thrust of the map. We can't get fights over here because if you remember the back of Coal Hazard, for instance, the back of Coal Hazard has that like vine, and there's no fights on there because there just aren't fights on that area. And that's true of the out of bounds areas as well. There just aren't fights out here. So clipping out of bounds lets us fully skip fight territory. So we're gonna kind of head east. You can see down there's the big lake. But yeah, so this is this is the other big glitch of the speedrun is if you're out of bounds, not only do you not have to care about geometry, but you don't get fights. So you can skip full areas. Obviously, also we can adjust our height by like stepping on areas that are close to... The height adjustment in this is difficult from what I understand. We're just gonna kind of be following on the north here. Brian exploring outside of the world. There's the vine. So if you remember the vine is the one piece of geometry I remember from this, dungeon. In the the Game Boy Color version, there's a boss fight that happens here. Brian does remember Vine. It's true. We're gonna stay on the outside. In the void, no, like right here on the, like, it. Yes, in the void. I wonder if you can clip in the void. You probably can't clip in the void. And... Oh! Could I take that exit? Oh, I'm terrified now. I haven't thought about this. Can I take that exit? Oh, okay, hold on. We need to... I'm on the wrong side of the world here. We're too close to the world. Blood jellies are here. But can we... So I gave the blood jellies turn 1 there to do an agility game, because we're gonna need more agility for the circle in later clips. Alright, can I... How am I gonna cross over? Do I have to go all the way to the exit and then move around? Oh, I'm really... Now I really want to, like, chomp at the bit on this. This is exciting. We're starting to lose height. Okay. I believe I've tracked to the other side, which means, hopefully, we can use this exit. And now I'm outside of what I, Oh, it's not an active loading zone. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, I was hoping we could use that to get very deep into the game, because I think that's a shortcut over to, like, near the boil hole. We'd be able to just skip to Fargo. Anyway, we need to use the actual exit up here. Hopefully collision will work for us there. Oh boy. Alright! And we're through! God. Alright. I love this. Let's grab our wheat. Spirits. Oh, I was supposed to go grab blue wings before I did all this, wasn't I? Because, like, the moment I get this spirit, I'm gonna want to, like, just fly over to Lara Pool. That's fine. We can walk it. This is meant to be an exploration of the void. Everybody gets to enjoy Questmas with the speed. So this kind of shows off the 2 speedrun glitches that I wanted to show. Getting to show off the out of bounds and getting to show off the multi-dupe. Those are kind of our biggest ones. We don't really have huge ones past that. From here, we've just got a bandit to go pop. So let's head up into the woods. We'll do a couple bits of... Hey, buddy. Thanks, Kevin. We're gonna do a couple bits of spirit duplication in the woods, because it'll be pretty easy for us to get back. This one here, for instance. That's not... Let me fix that. Yeah, spirit duping is a lot of our... Is like all of our power, except for like defense and stuff, which we have our own little like... We're gonna have to do specific enemies hitting us a bunch to make sure we don't get smoked by. But yeah, the out of bounds movement I'm not like super good with. The vertical on it is the hardest part. There are ways to adjust your vertical by touching walls and like getting moved up and down. But for the most part, you're kind of navigating off of the compass and kind of in the void. The boil hole is going to be the biggest one of these that has like weird movement to it. Because the boil hole, we're going to have a boss fight in, which is going to be great. We're going to have an out-of-bounds boss fight. But first, let's have our inbounds boss fight. Alright. Remember, we want to be casting... Sure. 36 is the number. Which we'll get after we fight Zeus anyway. Zeus, not Zeiss. Ooh! I think you're the one, right? Yeah, Thunder Gel, okay. Give me some bonkin', Thunder Gel. You gotta give me some bonkin'. Come on. Or don't. I mean, you don't have to hit me. That's... Oh my god, confusion mists. Please? You know what? I'm leaving. Spells missing like that are very, very funny. Very big, fluffy spider. Alright, we're gonna find the jelly again. How are we doing on agility, by the way? Okay, the Fae are a good fight for us to... Okay. 36 gets us magic barrier. It's full invincibility against every enemy that matters. All right. Torment. Get ourselves some more bread. And now, because of the way element scaling works, the higher we have in an element, the higher the damage from spells of that element will hit. So we want to power up Earth, because Earth is going to be our main attacking element for everything else at this point in the game. We've gained a spell. Alright. So, around the bend, we got a wizard to deal with, but first we got Orc Non-Junior. Hello, Orc Non-Junior. Ooh! Happy Halloween! Jack-o'-lantern is here. Merry Questmas, Happy Halloween. Oh my god, we can't get around this corner, help. This corner has got, like, the guard on it. Okay, alright. Okay. We'll put down the... Zells, hello. So I would like to be completely immune to moves, please. Nice try. I would like to deal 100 million damage, please. Yeah. So, Avalanche. Avalanche is the spell. We've talked about Avalanche. There's no way you can get around not talking about Avalanche in Quest 64. Spells have a base power in this game. And as you might expect, you know, the, like, giant rock or giant wind cutter have really high base power. Same with, like, the water pillar. The water pillar hits for, like, 120. It's wild. Avalanche makes a bunch of rocks fall. So you might think, oh, each individual rock is, like, pretty low damage, right? No. No, they're not. Each individual rock is the highest damaging move in the game individually. Comparable to large wind cutter. And sometimes you just don't get to hit with it. That's sort of like the weakness of the move. Oh, I'm like in a rain shadow, aren't I? That's why I put down the, this one. Avalanche, however, is very unpredictable. You can try to set up positions for it that are more or less advantageous. Uh, sometimes it'll hit like 6 times, sometimes it won't. Zelsphere just doesn't want it. Let's reapply Magic Barrier. We'll like go right here for an Avalanche. See, that's got 2 hits on it. Anyway. And then Zealous gives us 10 HP and 9 levels. It's great. Anyway. Ooh. From this point, if I had grabbed the wings in Lara Pool, we would just use those to head back up there, because we're going to be heading to the cave. What is my agility? I think I need a little bit more. I think I need, like, 54, 55, something close to that was the... It's fine. We'll get it on the way there. And yes, now Avalanche is stronger. Get bonked a few times by Gremlin. Like, Gremlin looks like they're wearing, like, playing cards. Yeah. Alright. So, up to Lara Pool. And then I'm going to take a quick break when we hit into Lara Pool before we go into Blue Cave. Blue Cave is where we're going to be doing another, a little bit more dicey out of bounds. It's not as dicey with, like, the getting it to go, but it's just that movement in Blue Cave is already, like, fraught. So, we're gonna be in the Blue Void rather than the Blue Cave, and I don't think that's... I don't know that that's an improvement, is what I would say. So... Alright, let's get into town, and then I'm gonna be right back. Oh, this is okay. I'm back. Hello. So, I don't think we need to re-get a wings. I think we just need to head into the Blue Cave. Which is downstairs. Out this door? And then talk to you? Yeah, Layla here will help us out. Ahem. Brian's little chest opening animation's one of my favorite little animations in this game. The way it's such a gentle bop on it, like, bonk, boop. It's very satisfying. You know, clip it open, then bonk. Alright, Avalanche to 50 is clearly our first goal. Is there another spirit up this corner? Yes. Alright. Avalanche to 50. We're at max power for offense now. And let's go ahead and put down Okay, so, Blue Cave. Kind of a wild dungeon, kind of a notorious place to be. We're gonna skip it. So, the way we need to skip it is right here in this room. We're gonna be using the power of geometry again. We need to create triangles. So we need, hopefully like a mimic. If we get a mimic. Hey, buddy, I need a mimic. Hello? Crawler won't be bad. Okay. So, over here's where we need to be. Around these parts, the camera is really uncooperative. Okay, so like, we're using this ledge here, and we're gonna like have the circle clip us into the void from here. So I want like here-ish? Nah, that's not good enough yet. Okay. That's too far. Let's try this dot right here. Oh, the camera sucks here. Let's try here instead. Wish the camera wasn't rotated the wrong way. These are a lot more of like feeling it out than it is a science in my mind. Watching when I watched how this worked, because like it has a lot of like your starting position on the turn and the size of your circle from oh, that's really funny. So we're able to clip this way. Nope, okay. So let's try here? Maybe a bonk while we're at it. Okay. No. We're gonna... Oh no. But it's like this spot is where we're looking for. We want to like get up here and then like get on the ledge like down here, clip into this, and then make our way out of the cave. There are a lot of different geometry spots you can try this sort of stuff on. It works in a lot of different dungeons based on size and setup. I don't know that we have enough range on this fight for it. Maybe? Okay. Right here? Okay. Ryan just taking a walk on some triangles. This might also be a matter of enough agility to make a size enough circle. Oh, that's too far to the side. Ooh, that's got some funk to it. Oh, but the funk's on the wall, not... Okay, so we need, like, here? No, that's too far gone. Let me quick double check the angle that I had seen on this. Okay, it was... Oh, this one's doing it at a different spot. Okay, let's try the different spot. Okay. We're trying on this corner here. Okay, we want like here or so. No. A little bit closer and a little bit more to the left. Not quite squished enough there. Way too much room. There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. We've entered the void again. Now let me pull up my map for... Because we have to have a map or else we're just wandering through the void in a... And we kind of are wandering in the void through, Okay. So, we can still visibly see the way we came in, right there. We need to head north by northeast. So we're gonna follow this line. There's a spot with the treasure. Okay. The problem's gonna be when height starts becoming an issue. But we want to follow this line for a little while. Northeast. Oh! I was so unprepared for Mimic. Okay. Okay. We're following this tunnel. Now here's the big open room at the end of Blue Cave. You can see below us. Like there's the spirits that you would get. There's some treasures in the middle of that room. And we're gonna try and sneak around it. And the exit should be up here. Now the trick is we have to touch the loading zone. This looks right. Yeah. Oh, ooh, ooh. Oh, we're being fired upon. Okay. All right, so we can kind of climb this wall for height. And right here should be the loading zone? I'm a little too close. I don't want to be getting into fights all the time. The entire point of this is to dodge them. But, like, we also do need to hit the loading zone at the end of the day, so... Okay. Merry Questmas. We are, playing with Out of Bounds. There it is. There's the loading zone. So we just need to touch that, and we're good. We made it. So that's Blue Cave skipped. So exciting. Okay. Let's go talk to Epona and is there one of those for Cole Hazard? We did do that about 30 minutes ago, yes. Not a lot of point to spirits at this stage. Ooh, hold on, I want to talk to Chappie. I love talking to Chappie. Anyway, welcome to boat. Time to leave boat. Let's go ahead and set us up another save. Oh, do I actually have to go downstairs before it'll... Okay. There we go. All right. So we've got another boss to go take care of. Hopefully we don't get owned by... Oh my god. The pixies are out for blood. It's fine. Okay. The more MP, the better, of course. Every 3 MP is a big spell cast without us having to do anything about it. I've picked up a couple MP recover items for these reasons. How are we doing on... Okay. So, Nepti. Nepti is going to be fought the same. We're going to fight every boss from now on. That's kind of part of the speedrun, is that we've acquired ultimate power, and there's nothing else past it. Nepti's cool. I like Nepti's hat. Anyway. By the power of magic barrier. Uh-huh. And then, by the power of avalanche. And then, well... well, one miss. For another, that's fine. That's a fight. So now we have the mines, we have Boil Rock, and then we have the back of the game. That was 15 health. Bosses give bonus HP on kill. For instance, when we go through Boil Rock, we could just skip Fargo. We don't have to fight Fargo, but Fargo's worth 20 HP, so I kind of wanna. We can do the same with Shift. If you kill me, where do I end up right now? Is this... No, I think hold on, I think I need to not be dead quite yet. I think I need to go back to Epona first, and then I need to die. I think is the correct ordering of things. Do that again in case. I love, again, enemies in this are extremely good. No, I want the spirit. So if we can get up to enough fire, I can show off a different out-of-bounds glitch. Oh, right. So taking the death would set us back to, the boat here. I think that's the time save. It's fine, we'll just walk it. This will let me do a couple of the agility glitches to get us up to enough agility for what we're looking for in the mines. We have an out of bounds in the mines. The mines is the one that looks the most ridiculous doing the out of bounds just because the mines is really long. How are we doing on that? 53. Okay, boat's over here. Hello. I appreciate doing a straightforward quest. Well, I guess pseudo-straightforward quest like this. We've in the quests that we've done over the years, we've done a lot of ones that aren't just using avalanche nonsense. And I feel it important to show off just how outrageous it is when you are doing that level of nonsense. When you are just going, you know what? I have a move that can hit you for 600 damage. Not a lot of enemies have answers to hit me for 600 damage. Alright. In the boat. Out of the boat. And then now... here we are on East Limland. Limland leads to the Bergen Mines, and then the Bergen Mines lead out to the desert. We're not going to be heading out to the castle in the desert. We're just going to be heading straight for making our way to Boil Hole. Boil! It's a pretty breezy... yeah, we're... like, in previous Questmas, we've been, when we're not focused on the speed of making it through the game, exploring, for one, we don't even need to go into these towns, right? I don't need to go into Limland. I didn't have to go to Dundora. Things like that, because I just kind of know where I'm going. In addition to that, there's a lot of these side areas, Glencoe Forest and such, where we just don't need to go visit as well, even though I know we did do a little bit of a visit into Glencoe to make sure that we had the Earth Spirits, though clearly we didn't, because we're at 50-50 already. But, like, you know, us starting at 41 water made for a very fun start as far as power goes. So yeah, we're just gonna follow the road east. We're gonna head into Barragoon, and then from Barragoon, we have some movement we're gonna be doing in there, at the first bridge. I love Scarecrow, by the way. Scarecrow is one of my favorite enemy models in this game. Just this gigantic crow. But it's good to have just a relaxing time here with Questmas. I really enjoyed having this specific holiday to celebrate, especially with y'all. So hope you're having a relaxing Questmas as well. Backstabbing the scarecrows is really hard. Okay. Down and around. We're gonna be running into Caterpillar soon. Caterpillar is our friendly, gigantic leg spike enemy. What, 24 MP? That's pretty good. That's 8 casts in a fight. I kind of want to be at 30 before we do, Mammon? And, like, it's gonna be a little bit of a close bit as we're doing things like Guilty. There they are! What are we doing on MP for... Okay. I think what it is that Quest just has a very relaxing nature to it. Like, both our overworld walking, like, there's a lot that combine to make it just sort of a relaxing adventure. Brian is such a friendly little guy. I you know, believe in Brian's journey with a little hair thingy. The combat music isn't like aggressive, but more suspenseful. With the opening. And, you know, it's very much, we're on this fun journey across the world. Even if that world is, a little bit incomplete by the end. Not much of a quest appreciator, but I appreciate the quest appreciation. That's great. Oh boy! We have enough health. It's fine. We don't need to deal with you. So as I said again, we don't have to go up to, Limmelin. We could if we wanted, like, wings and some items, and there's like 9 spirits in Limmelin. If you're doing, if you're grabbing those. If we're not duplicating them, it's important. But we are duplicating them. That's also important. World being sparse and haunted by monsters suits the vibe. Yeah. You know what? When we get into Barracoon, I'm gonna take a moment to, give us... something a little different to look at. Let's get to the Barracoon Mines. I was asking around, I don't remember if we'd done this yet or not. It feels like something I would have done, but, like, I don't recall it. So... I pulled up the manual for this game. When we did the first Questmas, I might not have been in my, like, state where I really like to do manuals. This is something I've really enjoyed doing as we've done Dragon Quest Wednesdays, is taking a look at the manual as we, like, pull up, as we pull through games. It's something I miss in modern titles. They're such a fun piece of a video game. To see, like, what are the tips and tricks you give to a player as they start? What sort of, like, information do you want your player to know? So, while we're starting here, let me go ahead and pull that up. I think we'll have a fun time taking a look at the manual as a bit of a sidebar right now. Let me pull that up. Here. Nope, that's the Prima guide. which is also a thing we could look at, but, like, isn't the intended thing for us to look at. Okay, then we change up this. Hide me. Alright. If we have done this before, enjoy it, we'll enjoy it again. If we haven't, I don't think we have. But please enjoy our Quest 64 manual. We've got Brian here, got some wolves, a wyvern, these like really late 90s 3D models. The Brian here, nostalgic. The mace that just is very much like the dreaded sphere with cones off of it. There's a very angry Brian on the back of this one. All right, we've got getting started, controls, the Spirit Tamer's quest, playing the game, items, travel, using your compass, magic, battle, attack, cast a lethal spell, strength, battle icons, save load, defeat, and limited warranty. I'm sorry, the saddest guard down in the bottom left there. Hold on. Just, okay. I guess. Solvering down here, chilling. If you haven't gotten a good look at Solvering, Solvering's got like a, is that a rat? It's like a big rat here. And then, of course, this stick that just has, like, random spikes coming out of it. Which we all know Solvering definitely uses when he fires a giant beam at you. Start button. In battle, not used. It's used outside of it for... Note, if you want to save games, insert the N64 controller pack into the controller before starting play. The controller pack is kind of a wild thing to need on a console that still has cartridges with, like, cartridge memory. I never really looked too deeply into that, but, like, that feels like just... on a gut level, incorrect. Like, the whole point of a memory card is that you can't write to a disc for, like, a PS1. Oh, boy. Here we've got our story. Keltland is a beautiful island. From a time beyond memory, a spirit of harmony pulses through the land. The surrounding seas are calm and inviting, and the flame of freedom burns strong amongst the people. This world is watched over by spirit tamers, magical guardians that hold a pact with the spirits of nature. Their powerful magic secrets are inscribed in the El Tales book. Only those worthy of becoming a spirit tamers themselves are allowed to read the sacred volume. But now, an evil being has stolen the book of the Spirit Tamers and is using it to cast deadly spells over the land. Strange beasts lurk in the countryside. Rumors of terrible happenings run through towns. Citizens are edgy and fearful for the first time in 1,000 years. Peace is shattered. Keltland is sinking into a dark age of chaos and misery. You are Brian. Hey, Brian. An apprentice Spirit Tamer. Your father, Lord Bartholomew, is a Spirit Tamer, himself a Spirit Tamer, vanishes while trying to recover the book. You vow to find him in the book, restoring Keltland to its glory. You begin your dangerous Quest 64 through uncharted lands, travel throughout kingdoms of Kenishire, Highland, and Karma. Search for clues in the powers you'll need to fill your Quest 64. Learn harmony with the spirits of earth, wind, fire, and water. Declare the war on evil that grips your land. Battle supernatural beasts while solving mysterious puzzles. Does this game have puzzles? I don't know about that one. Rescue your father and return the book to worthy hands before all of Killen descends to chaos. I'm sorry, I gotta zoom in on... Who? Hello? Is that the evil? Is that like... Not guilty, but, the king? Could be dad. Ooh, we got some snarling. Okay. Playing the game. You begin the Quest 64 at Melroad Monastery, where you live and study. Treacherous souls are on the loose. You need all the help you can muster to fight them throughout the Quest 64. You learn what you should do next by speaking to friends, strangers, and leaders and countrymen. Your weapons are magical spells and staff for hand-to-hand combat. Your powers are at their weakest now. You learn to increase your strength by drawing powers of the spirits. Conversing. Hey, this is a Dragon Quest 64. You gotta... Yeah, Vegas was who I was thinking. But it also could be Bartholomew. I wonder... Okay, so I see Flora here in the screenshot. I wonder if we'll have Flora and Leo shown a little bit more in here. The characters who end up more actual cast members in the Game Boy game. Items inventory, and there's Shannon down there. Useful items such as food, mystical trinkets, and powerful magic potions. Using items, it's fine. In town. Make off-road excursion, see what you can find. Your compass shows you the direction of travel. It always appears in the upper right. Oop, here we go, we got another one. We got a backwards on the same orc with the mace there. Okay. Fighting spells can only be used in battle. You can cast healing spells at any time. You know, those multiple healing spells. And of course, we've got the description. A whirling cyclone careening into a crowd. Boulders thundering over a monster. Roast it in a volcanic blast of flame. Or shrink it to a miniature size. Those all are real things. Oh, okay, okay. No, this is the most important bit now. All right. Let's learn about spells. All right. Fire spells. Fireball. Throw an intense blast of fire. Aim with the control stick before casting the spell. You don't really have to. Fireball's like reasonably. Roll a searing near molten boulder over your target. The deadly arrows track and spear a monster. Aim with the control stick before casting. The like way these are described is that like each of these like that there's some sort of like Z targeting, but there's not. Hot steam. Cook them like lobsters. Hold on, let me move this a little more over so you can see hot steam. There we go. Extinction. Just like the dinosaurs. Gone forever. Shrink the monsters, reduce their attack, increase the power of your stave. Vampire touch, increase hit points every time you strike an enemy or stave. Shoot a large ball of flame at your... Are you sure about that one? I don't... It's fine. Not quite certain that's what Vampire Touch does, but, you know. Earth. Hurl one big rock. Rock. Use a control stick for it. Rolling rock, send a huge sharp rock rolling over monsters. Raise the power level to deliver monstrous rocks. Elemental armor. Boulders fly in from everywhere. Alright. I don't think that's what elemental armor does. I think it's called spirit armor. Rock shower, rocks fall out, you're like shrapnel. I appreciate the way that this is like written to make it sound as exciting as possible, right? Like if you read, yeah, so the optimal way to read a manual is like in the state where you've purchased the game or been given the game but cannot play the game for the next hour. As a kid, this would be like on the way home from like the store in the backseat of the car, but like it's important to like experience the manual before anything else. Like you went to the local Blockbuster Premiere Video whatnot, and you picked up this game and the manual was there, and you're reading about rocks fly like shrapnel and the dinosaurs and the volcanoes that you get to throw and the cyclones, that it's the most exciting thing you've ever read. Magnet rock, hurling rock, weaken enemy defenses, weaken multiple enemy defenses, shield. Magic barrier, shield yourself from attack. Look. And then, okay, yeah, avalanche and elemental armor sound. And when an enemy attacks, the amount of hit points, damage points, are converted to magic points. Magic points. That is accurate for confusion. Alright, hold on, let's go read wind. Wind cutter, large cutter, a more intense wind cutter. Restriction, the beast is bound and powerless to attack. Ty, thank you for the raid. Happy Questmas, everybody. I have to assume you must have been on Bayo too if it's the day. But if not, I hope you do get to enjoy your Bayo 2 time. We are enjoying Questmas, and we're actually taking a look at over the manual for a fun time, but we're going to be performing another trick now that we've entered the mines here. So if you want to stick around for just a little bit after we look through our fun times, like looking over an old manual as though we were coming back from the Blockbuster, stick around. You'll get to see some really fun glitches, because today is Questmas Done Quick. Ultimate wind. And if we take a look at the water ones by pulling this over, we've got, yeah, water pillar, move closer, walking water, same as water pillar, moves away from you. Aim the control stick. Ice knife, drain magic, which is way worse than confusion. Invalidity will negate a freeze spell. Healing will restore your hit points. This may be your most important magic. This should be in like bold, like underlined 6 times. Perhaps. Yeah, we're in 4x3 here specifically because I wanted to keep this on the N64's resolution. Battle. Oh. Wait, hold on. Alright, hold on. We gotta check this. Battle. You will fight countless battles with fearsome foes. Whoever is misusing the magical book is transforming noble creatures into monsters. Mere hares transform to were-hares who cast deadly magic. Formerly elusive wolves prowl to attack in broad daylight. Toy puppets ambush in deadly trios. Docile frogs are now axe-wielding warriors. Even flowers have become gigantic, voracious predators. Hey, Ty. Hope you had a good time with Bayo. With Bayo too. I decided to take a short break before we do another clip out of bounds, just to take a look at the manual here. We've been doing Questmas Done Quick, doing a whole bunch of speedrun glitches. We've learned how to do out of bounds stuff to skip Blue Cave. We've learned how to death dupe to pick up 40 spirits all at once. And we're gonna learn how to skip a whole cave. The speedrun tricks for this game are really fun. You just clip it. You can clip out of bounds pretty easily with the way that the circles look. You use those as like a clip on like a corner, and you clip out of bounds, and you can walk outside of bounds but still touch loading zones. Blue Cave is, of course, is a blue cave. You and monsters will take turns attacking and counterattacking. Sometimes you will be attacked first. At other times, monsters will wait. Kindly. Attack. Cast a lethal spell. Close combat raises your hit point value while conserving hit points you already have. That's a true statement. When you attack with your stave rather than with magic, your hit points increase, or you get experience for your hit points. True statements from the manual. Healing wounds. You should probably to cast the healing spell. I like how they also call it the force field for like the size of the arena in combat. Find elements in the world. Yeah, to increase your max HP, use your staff and hit the monsters. To increase your magic, use spells in combat. Replenish, yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah? What a perfect, like, we got the Poggin skull bat over there. Like, just a perfect little guy. Ah! Good. Defense takes hits, agility increases when you avoid attacks. No, some monsters can heal themselves. Yo, hey dude. Hey, what up? Hold on. Yo. Save load. Again, you need a controller pack for this. It's so weird that, like, the controller pack was needed as, like, a memory card on, like, a system with, cartridge-based games. Oh, floor is right here. Alright. Anyway. That's been enough. But yeah, so if you're here from Ty's stream, hope you'll enjoy. We're gonna be doing another of our glitches here. Hope you stick around for Questmas. You can follow, you can catch Questmas as we do things here. I think it'll be a fun for you to enjoy the back half of Questmas. Memory was optional in carts and too expensive to put in the console, so, well. Alright, so what we're looking for, I'm gonna go ahead and quick make a, save state. We're gonna be looking for an encounter, oh boy, Ghost, by the way, you have to appreciate enemies in this game, by the way. If you haven't seen Quest 64, Ghost there is such a... We've got some killer enemies in Quest 64 for you to explore if you've never explored. Termant. We're gonna be leaving this fight. I want to get in a fight a little bit closer to the edge of this room. And then we're gonna try and use the corner to clip out of bounds. That's the idea here. So. I don't know which way's forward right now. Huh. It's fine. Ooh, wow, Ghost hits hard. We don't have a ton of defense. I haven't been doing a lot of, like, defense grinding. I use Soul Searcher as a tool in a fight there to, like, scan enemies, because as we saw from the manual, scanning, using magic in a fight, will gain MP. And we want... MP spells cost up to 3. And in a fight, we're going to want to be able to cast as many of them as possible. You can see we have, like, this MP experience listed here. Getting turned around in caves is a rite of passage in this game. If we end up back at the start, we end up back at the start, it's fine. But we're looking for a specific cave. Let me, again, consult my... I've been looking at a number of notes and a couple videos of, like, hey, what are we doing here? Okay, this is the room. So what I want to do is I want to get into a fight right here. Yep. This is exactly where I want the fight. And we want to clip the corner here. Let me check the positioning on this quick. Okay. Yep, that's the void. Yep, that's the void. Alright, so let's try right here. We're gonna put up right here. Magic barrier. Oh, we're not gonna put a magic barrier at all. Okay. Oop, okay. So you see how the circle's going down like this? We're gonna try and clip out like so. Like we did in Blue Cave, like we did in Coal Hazard. So running, generally we need to walk, because if you run, you get bounced back, but if you walk... This one's tougher to, like... let's go a little bit, like, right here against this. Not that downward. Double check. It is against this wall, I think. I'm sure I've got the right. Oh, no, okay, I think I need to be at the second, water piece that has a better spot for it? Let me double check. There's 2 different spots in this cave. And a lot of this cave is very similar to each other, so... Yeah, okay, we want the second one of these. Alright. That's why I'm not... Okay. Would you believe it? Confusing geometry in a quest game? Never. Okay, so we're looking for... Not this. This isn't... Oh, boy. That's not enough of a, corner quite yet. Alright, let's get out of here. Keep moving. I'm also gonna have to pull up my... Okay, here. Where is our corner? This might be the spot we're looking for. Because we want to line up here. Give me... Okay. Hey, Ghost. Okay. Let's put on Magic Barrier. And we want to... So we're trying to use the geometry here. So as I've talked about with this before here, as we've been doing this, Brian, when running, will get bounced back against corners, but Brian walking can walk a little deeper into them. So it's a matter of walking, but not running, to get deep enough at this wall. Get to a point where, like, we can use the battle. That's fine. Right here. Howdy! Yeah, we've been, and we're trying to do some illegal maneuvers, again, because this is Questmas done quick. Just not necessarily fast. Don't run. Yeah, let's just walk into this corner. Don't run. If I run, I lose I get bounce back, so we don't want to run. Come on. Wish I could. So the problem is I can't get the camera to stick this way, which is the way I want it. There we go. Got it. All right. And we're out of bounds. Okay. So we are now out of bounds in Barragoon Cave here. Do I have my map for Barragoon Tunnel? I do. Let me pull up my map. Okay. So this is, oh boy, I'm gonna go ahead and put down our save state here. And we're gonna start exploring out of bounds because we need to find the exit to this place, but we also need to, like, as far as so what we gain for being out of bounds. Battles only happen in set areas. And if we're out of bounds, we're not in a battle area, so we get no combat. Secondly, we get freedom of movement. We can kind of skip around. We don't have to take, like, the train tracks or, like, the going around through areas. Oh, boy. This was the way in. So, like, you can see we're close enough. We still get into a combat, even though we're out of bounds. So now we have to do the navigate. Oh my god, the will-o'-the-wisp was chasing me out of bounds. Okay. So we have to do the navigation on this. And it's mostly east. So we're gonna head east. And we're gonna head into the void. I'm navigating this by having a map open. I have a map that of the tunnel. And I'm using the compass entirely. Brian in the void. Okay. So once we go east for a while, we have to go north to get to the pyramid side of things. If you remember the end of Barragoon Mines, we end up not in the mines, but in like a pyramid at the end with a boss fight. So the idea here is that I'm heading east and then north, and we're just gonna try to clip into the pyramid side of things. It's, as you can see, we don't really have any point of reference. We're just sort of in the void. So if I have to pull things back up, we'll pull things back up. I do like just Brian in the void. Speedrun. Yeah, you can clip on almost every map in the game. Oh boy, did I not go far enough east? Alright, hold on, I might want to I'm gonna believe in the void for a little bit longer, but I might have to follow along with the tracks. I'm not good at navigating the void here. Yeah, alright, let's... Alright, so we're here. Let me pull up my map again. So, pulling up my map, I want... From this location... Like right here, we are... north a ways. And then a little bit north of here, we go east. And then relatively, this is gonna be a this is, I can sort of see, oh boy. Okay. Alright, Brian, you have to believe in the power of the void. If this doesn't work, we can follow the actual, like, map a little ways. Okay, again, I'm trying to hit, like... There's a pyramid, like... It should be somewhere around here. Am I too far east? That's fine. If I have to follow along the tunnel, that is fine. We just have to follow, like, closer along it. And east from here. I like just Brian walking in the void. Okay, let's see if we can follow along the tunnel. Oh. And, like, clip upwards from this side. Like, because we have to... The thing is that the caves here have a lot of vertical and horizontal... Or a lot of... Not just vertical up, but up and down. So we have to, like, be a little careful of... We can't just, like, stay at one height. So we're gonna clip around the side. And, like, the idea is that we're out of bounds so we don't get these encounters, obviously. But, like, traveling in the void is difficult, as you've seen. So we're gonna kind of stick close to the route here. Because again, the point of this is to explore the space as much as we can. Okay. So let's follow the tunnel. Uh-huh. So here's the minecart. Oh dear. Yeah, have a good one, Hangman. Yes, I haven't. I looked through it when I did the first time, but I don't think I ever showed it on stream. Okay, so I've lost the tunnel. That's not great. Let's see if we can go west again. Oh, here we go. Okay. Clip down. That gets us some way better visuals. Okay. Alright, let me pull up my map again. Where the hell are we? Okay. Uh-huh. There we go. Okay. Oh. It worked. Terrifying. The void is a hell of a place, but we got there. Now we're gonna be menaced by ghosts from... But being menaced by ghosts is proof that you're alive, right? If Brian is able to be menaced by ghosts, then, well... I like that they're menacing us from outside the world. So yeah, we're gonna stick... We basically just want to stick east from here. I don't know that I want to fight Schiff from out of bounds. You can see some blinking, by the way, directly ahead of us. Those are spirits. I'll try to call them out a little better, but like, you see when we're looking to the east. In the void, do you see the sparkles that happen every once in a while? 1, 2, like directly ahead of us? Those are spirits. And those are our guiding light. I know you have to like lean forward and like see, but there are the little spirits those are what I'm using as my current navigation. The guiding light right ahead of us. Yeah, Greg has had a lot of years in navigating the void. They're like 1 pixel apiece, yeah. But yeah, if I go forward, you see right there? That one right ahead of us, it's straight ahead. Blink. 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 That's our guiding, that's our eastern spirit. The guidepost that gets us into the pyramid. So this is the entryway. And then Schiff is right ahead of us. I don't want to get close enough to shift to start a fight. Actually, you know what? No, let's see what fighting shift from above feels like. How bad is this? Oh, I can't get in there. This might be a bad idea. I like the ranged battle we're trying here, though. It's really cute. You weren't looking for a little bit? Oh, Brian is fighting from the void. Let's put on confusion. That'll heal our MP when we get hit here. Does that first one have the... Okay, that first hit had the barrier strip on it. Alright, let's try Magnet Rock. $104. Oh boy. It would be a lot easier to fight from leaving and coming back in. Okay, barrier falls off. Because of the way Shilp's attack hit, we only gain like 12 MP off this. Hold on, let's go for Drain Magic. Oh, that's way better. Okay. Okay, we got a better angle here. Oh, magic barrier fell off. Okay. Battles in this game are so terrifying when you're doing this. And we don't have avalanche level damage, we're just sort of... going for it. We're not close enough for avalanche to work. If I present the judge the infinite, is that good enough? The problem is that magic barrier has a mischance, by the way. Yeah, we have a failure chance in this. There it is. Okay. Reapply magic barrier. Oh no. Well. I love, like, we're fighting like a sniper. The sniper's duel. Nope. So barrier lasts 2+ turns. And that's kind of the part that makes it dangerous, is we don't know. Oh, that has a failure chance too, huh? Uh-oh. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we're fine. I'll just keep hitting you with Rock Tomb from this far off. And there we go! And that's the fight! By God, was that TM28? Let's get out of here. Oh, I'm so happy that we got to fight a fight from outside. Anyway, here's our loading zone for the exit. And now we're in bounds because we hit a loading zone. It would have been easier to hit that loading zone and then go back in and fight, and then we could have used Avalanche, but like, come on. I don't know what you're talking about. We gotta go for the cool move. Alright. So, we've got one more major clip. Sadly, I don't think I'm gonna be able to have enough fire to show off the funnier way of doing it. Which is to say, compression. I don't think we're gonna have enough, spirits in fire for compression. Blue man. We're just heading west. I could go into the desert and pick up like 10 spirits over there. Wow, these things are killers. That might be fun. The spirit of Questmas done quick is doing things quick. The spirit of Questmas is freezing a fish. I think I want to try freezing a fish. Let me check spell list. 64 fire. $19 is the level we need. Probably at that. We're already going relatively fast. Like, we have the boil hole and then we have the end of the game, so generally much quicker than our usual quest adventures. We can take a little bit of a detour to show off a different way of clipping. So we can get through the boil hole with the same technique that we've used a couple times now, but I'd rather try a different one, an older technique, a different technique. Because I think it's funner to look at. That's the main reason I want to try it, I'll be real with you. I think it's cute. Back in the days, you just have Blue Man as your enemy. Alright, anyway, we're gonna walk into the desert. Here we are. You just walk into the desert and things are really good. Oh, I'm not at full HP. So this is a detour. This is a detour to show off a funnier thing. So. Oh, hey, Werecat. God, Werecat has this, like, the most ridiculous hourglass frame in existence. And is also named Werecat. And, like, the specific, like, sauntering movement. Again, enemies are just, like, way more wildly detailed than you would expect. Yeah, sachet is a good way to put it. Alright, I want some spirits. I want enough spirits so that I can get, 19 fire. I don't remember if I can actually do the duplication in, the Mirage. I don't remember I don't think exit works that way. We'll see. I know it's like its own area, but I don't think it's its own dungeon area. If nothing else, there's a number of spirits there, plus some spirits in the boil hole that we can dupe anyway. So, there it is. You're looking for the thing in the sky. That's your... You have to line up Brian's hair with the sky, and then you'll make it to the right place. Anyway, if you were wondering what, Magni Rock looks like, that's us getting crushed by it. Alright, so line Brian's hair up with the thingy in the sky. That's a good close-up on the cat. Then they throw giant fireballs at you. Ah, they're cute. Nightmare. Nightmare just gets close to you and blasts you with 3 fireballs or whatever. It's kind of wild. But yeah, so this, like, this Hedron is what we're looking for. We have the Lost Kingdom out here. If we go to the map, we are just in Shamwood. I like this weird Lost Desert Kingdom. It's, again, much like everything in Quest 64, the Game Boy version builds a little bit more on things. You know, I can... Let's not do that, shall we? I thought that was going to return us to the save point. It's fine. We're not going to get to compress a fish. That's okay. So the specific trick I wanted enough fire to do that we're not gonna have because, like, we're just not high enough on spirits, is rather than doing clipping out of bounds by doing angles on a wall, instead, we can do clipping out of bounds by making an enemy shrink, and then having that enemy grow back to normal size while it's pressing us against a wall. That's the maneuver. I'll leave this to your own explorations, or maybe for a Questmas in the future where we have fire available to us. You know, perhaps there'll be a future Questmas where we'll be able to shrink a fish. It's possible. All things are possible. But in today's Questmas, we instead are using the power of Avalanche and the power of Magnet Rock and the power of Blue Man. Ah, okay. So, nighttime here as we pass through the ruins. I don't want to be here much. We have a lot of HP specifically because bosses all have their HP drops. That's why we fought Shelf in the first place. Is because the boss drop HP is very powerful. We want to fight Fargo for the same reason. That'll bring us to like 155. Yeah, here's the ruins I was talking about. You can see on the map. Greenock had a bit of a bad day. It's our agility 55, okay. Yeah, here's the fish. I love Magfish. They have very poofy animations. Just cute. Okay. So we're not gonna head north, we're heading south into the rock. And then from there, we really are just walking to the end of the game. Even with the pace we're on, we're gonna be on a very quick quest. I realize that we're 4 hours in on a stream, but like, you know, 4 hours in with like an hour spent on one glitch and then a half hour on some clips. Making very good time. I also just really love to explore, and it's hard to stop me from doing that in areas, you know what I mean? Like, I just always have the urge to go everywhere I can to explore every little nook and cranny. Even though this is a game we've played like 5 times now. It's like, yeah, you've explored Quest, you know it. I know that, that's Quest. No, thank you. Walk on this one, and then... This way. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Now you walk on these things a little bit. Alright, so I gotta pull up the location for the boil clipping. I think it's the first, like, big lava room. But we have one more void ahead of us. I hope you're ready. Okay. So taking a look. Hell. Yeah, so we just need to make it through here until we get to the big magma room. That's our point that we are looking to get to, because we're going to use the corner in that room as our clip. Should be this right here. This is our... Make sure... Yeah, this is the corner we're going to use. So, we want... Let's go ahead and, again, throw down a... Yeah, like, so the idea is we're going to use the circle to clip into this corner. That should be good. That actually might... Ooh, that might not work because we're too far in the room, not out of the room. Okay, we need something down here. Like, to here? Ooh, that's too deep into the cave. Okay. But you can see what we're trying to do here. It's a matter of finding a battle in the right spot now, because we use the... Like, obviously, Brian can walk this way, but, like, we need to be able to... use the force field to clip into the world. Awkward spot to try to get in a battle. This might be good enough. Alright, hold on. If I go, like, here and I use... giant shoes. Okay, let's go closer in here. Like, here? Oh, that's so close. Oh, come on. Like, this is it, but, like, slightly further up. Like, here? Oh, I lost my move buff. I'm like, here? What those giant shoes do I have? Ah, dang it. Okay. Let's reload that then. I think that is what we need to be doing. Okay, Rocky is, I think, a little better of an enemy for us to encounter here. Well, maybe. Yeah? Okay. We like... Let's go with here? Camera is such a funky thing to be working with in this position, but... This, maybe? Move farther up a little bit? No, okay. This? There we go. All right. And into the void we make it. Woof. So here we are, Void Boil Hole. Again, let me pull up my last map. This one's a lot more straightforward. We're just heading east. So now that we've gotten out of bounds here, let's go ahead and... We're actually gonna head back the way we came. And go east from there. Okay. Oh, that's so fun. Into the dark void. So there's the exit. We're not going to touch that loading zone, but you can see behind us, there's more of the boil hole. So let's kind of clip. East from here. All right, here's the lava. How's it going? We're just taking a dip, you know? This is completely safe for Brian. Okay, from here we want to go straight east and just a little south. What we're trying to do is go directly to Fargo's boss chamber is my plan here. If that doesn't work, we'll make a detour north to try to like drop a little bit with the terrain. We just have to believe in Brian's ability to navigate the void. Yeah, if this doesn't work, we want to go north a bit, but like we're looking to go... Oh, hold on. With the loading zone? We got something down there. Whoa! The void fish! Better watch out for the void fish. Okay. I'm so happy about how fun these, like, void clips are. Rocky also will hit me. Alright, so we're gonna try to fight Fargo from outside the world. Because if we can get Fargo at a certain distance, Fargo doesn't have a... we can get Fargo to not be able to hit us, is the idea. There's Fargo right there, actually. Can we... I need height. I'm a little too low. Okay, here we go. Bye, Fargo. Get on over here, buddy. Yep. Mm-hmm. No. I need you to come a little closer. Can you, like, walk over here a little bit? Actually, hold on. Are you in range? You might not be in range. Come on. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Now, I think... Can we, like... Uh-huh. There we go. Yeah, alright, we found the position. So Fargo's burst is a sphere. That is not a cylinder, it is a sphere. Oh, okay, alright, fine. Come on, we just need Fargo to keep... Now, alright, are we in the right range for avalanche? Yes, we are in avalanche range. I love the, like, the strut, the walk. Just trying to get close enough to hit with this. Okay. And sometimes, like, we're not quite far enough that, like... If I go a little closer, is that any safer? how big is the sphere explosion is kind of the biggest question. Oh no. Come on. How many MP healing items do I have? Not a lot. Put this down here and we'll eat a dewdrop. If we hadn't clipped so directly into the room, we'd have a higher height. And with a higher height, we'd just be able to stand above. But as is, it's still pretty silly. I love confusing, not confusion, but confusing Fargo like this. Okay. Not even close. Alright, we'll do our MP heal. $177 MP to steal. Kind of a wild amount when we have 28. Alright, get you with. Ooh, that was. Alright! And that's out of bounds Fargo. So let's go ahead and strike that. And now we just need to leave, which is right over here, in fact. We're gonna head east and kind of follow this exit. There we go. And right up there, there's our exit. And now we're at the end of the game. We've got 3 more bosses. We've got Guilty, we've got Belgus, Belgus. And we've got Mammon. One guess how we're doing any of those fights. Ah, Questmas. Maybe. Ogre. Ogre's huge. Again, we're at the back of the game and we still have just wild enemies for us to encounter. It's very fun. We have a couple enemies in, so inside the tower itself, we only have one real enemy we're gonna encounter, and that's, the Rose Knights. The White Rose and the Red Rose Knights. Outside of there, once we get to Mammon's world, we'll have, like, some interesting ones to encounter. different fish. Right, let me close these maps. I don't need them anymore. Blue Wing. I'm still looking to get to about 30 MP if possible, just by using our scan. Okay. We're wiggling. Going around the other back. Hang on. Fine. If you try to knock on the door, no one's home. Probably grab some goodies from when we find our dad. Okay. And we're not gonna try any out of bounds here in the castle. And our fights are a lot more straightforward. Alright. Onward to Guilty. Then we'll get some goodies, and then we'll find our dad, and then we're good. It's very funny to me, in a game where you have a sphere of perfect safety and, like, a move of infinite damage, these last fights are always tense because all of your spells have mischances. It's like if you're doing Pokemon, but, like, you're sitting there with, like, you know, instead of Flamethrower and Ice Beam and Thunderbolt, you're using Blizzard and Fire Blast and Thunder. You know? Like, you have ultimate power, but, you know that it's gonna catch up to you. Right, Stone Edge. Like... Did Brian just explode? Yeah, if we, like, because Magic Barrier has a 2... like, 2+ turns. It'll sometimes turn off after turn 2. It'll sometimes turn off after turn 3. It'll even sometimes make it to turn 4. But it also has a mischance if you try to reapply it. Or apply it, as it were. And really, no matter what we do, enemies are always dangerous. Is there enemy you can just kill, Brian? No, damage threats are usually like, the problem is that like, we take unexpected hits, then have to heal, and then run out of MP at an opportune moment. Rather than just, like, falling over from full. Though, at the stage we're at, we only have 150 HP, but, like, no defense. If there were an enemy who could cast Avalanche, like that goat we saw, that could kill us just because of the random, you know, hits it could do. Much like we can do to enemies, it can hit us up to like 6 or 7 times. Still heading this way. Don't think any enemy gets extinction. Yeah, I can't think of any either. Maybe Judgment? That's... The way your stick works is just that its total damage is all your elements combined. Right now our stick has 112 attack because we have 112 spirits. There's a little bit more variety in there, but that's effectively what it is that it's just your damage with your stick is however many spirits you've picked up, which does make it like reasonably powerful as time goes on, especially in the marrow randomizer where like you can pick up more spirits and like 99 or like you can go above 50 and things. All right, let's go ahead and not die to guilty, shall we? Hi, guilty. So here's the plan for every fight. Let's try slightly off-center. By the way, just so you see what the damage is when we don't have magic barrier up. Just wanted to show what that is here. Oh, that's terrible. It's fine. It's fine. The close burst is the move that hits for that. The outside one hits us for much less. So if we're staying on the outside, we're a lot more okay here. Let's get out here and apply confusion. Oh no! We're having a great time with MP recovery in this. This is part of buffs missing all the time. Okay. Get out here, eat a bread. Guilty is just the guy who's just sort of here. Damn, that hit chance is bad. Okay. The notes in trivia claim that this dude created the Rose Knights. Ah, I understand. I know that he was like experimented on, like he talks when you enter the room, obviously, and like, are we dead? That I like that reported a miss. It's fine. Alright. Like, the only thing I know about Guilty is that when you enter the room, he talks about, like, the experiments that have gone on or whatever. Oh, okay, that's 4 rocks hit. That's way better. Let's, that's great. Okay. This is basically what battles look like with this, where we're adjusting for our MP. I'm always like using magic barrier on like every other turn. You can be more risky with it if you're in a fight where you can afford to take the hit. But like you also have to know that it can drop or like fail to cast. Are there any more reliable spacings angles for avalanches that you just kind of get close and pray? I like to space a little outside of melee, like so, but I think it's more of a placebo. Like, the rocks are in a pattern around you, sort of in a circular area. You're just kind of hoping. Let's heal, and then we'll put up confusion. So there's confusion. Barrier falls off. We're gonna take hopefully just 50. Okay. Put up barrier again. But you do have to be close enough. Like, so say I fire it from here. It'll only reach about the edge of the circle I have. Like, that's about the reach of it. It doesn't have that far of a reach around you, like, as far as range goes. But I like to be, like, here. And you just sort of see how it drops. It's funky. Oh, boy. that's how this goes, where, like, you have a missed chance. It's like, well, die on the spot. So you see, like, those just fell on the right side. Like, you know, what do you do? And yeah, Magic Barrier, just demonstrating the 2 turns and how Magic could just sort of like, well, whoops. The other thing is I just find the other spells we have more compelling. I really like firing a bunch of little fire arrows. I think those are really fun. We're taking the full punch. We're taking the full punch. Guilty, we don't have the movement to be able to force this move every turn. Our agility is not high enough to have that sort of, like, movement around. I don't know what you're trying to throw up there. Fine. We want to avoid getting punched if possible, but we have to be close enough to be able to cast Avalanche in a reasonable way, so... So we go Magic Barrier, Avalanche, Confusion here. Okay, 2 hits. Then we're gonna go apply Confusion. Barrier doesn't fall. I wanna try and be out of here. Fine. See, again, Guilty, you can see Guilty's movement is enough that, like, if Guilty chooses, Guilty can just walk towards you and do the punch, which is way more dangerous. got 2 hits. Okay. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell in here. Okay, magic barrier up, and then I'm gonna heal, and then I'm gonna confuse. Shit. Okay, okay. Okay. It's fine. These fights are what items are for. Let's get back in. It is it is flat the strongest attack. Every spell has like a stat on like how much damage it does base. The damage on one hit of Avalanche beats every other spell in the game. Some spells have like some scaling that makes them stronger if we could go above 50. Large Cutter is the one that's like the closest as far as like what it can do, but it's one hit, so like ooh, don't do that. Ooh, don't do that one. Okay, thank you. But yeah, the power that Wind has is actually Bind. I think Bind is the real spell that Wind has that is really powerful. It's a spell that hits pretty reliably, that puts enemies in a tiny little circle, and skips their turn. But with the way turns work in this game, that gets really, really nasty because of turn economy. Problem is that doesn't really work in bosses. Like, it doesn't do anything in a one-on-one fight unless you land the bind. But, like... theoretically, the max you can do is you can hit like 6 to 7 times with Avalanche. It does have that ability. Yeah, it also has like some pretty interesting like double or triple up things. There are some, I honestly think Fire is the one that gets the most shafted because every boss has a debuff, and Fire's biggest thing is like a Power Stave and Vampire Stave. And like, if every boss just like dispels your attack, then what are you even doing here, right? Like... Okay, alright. Every time I see miss on Magic Barrier, it's like, oh, alright. The heart has to miss a beat. And we're good. Phew. Yeah, every single boss has, not just Disrupting Wave. Every attack on every boss dispels. Like, basically, it's just sort of... I don't know which way is out of this room. This is fine. Magic Barrier can't be dispelled because you didn't deal damage. It's dispellable. It actually is dispellable. It's just that all the attacks need to be hit. Which is just very funny. Alright, the knights are definitely here to stop me. Okay, we're at 29. 30 MP gets us one more cast in fights, which is important. We also have, on the way through here... Hey, Questmas. Did I go the wrong way? No, this is the right way. There's a treasure chest I haven't opened. God, Guilty scares me, because not just from the fight, but from, like, having to get around the room. It's like a 50-50 leaving if you didn't remember what way is up and down. And why would you? In theory, a physical attack could do it. Yeah. There are, I think, God, is it 2 enemies with physical attacks? But, like, it's just not a thing everybody's casting in this game. Why did I... You know? Tumbleweed. Merry Questmas. Nearing the end here, we have 2 bosses left. Begus and Mammon. Both are about as straightforward as the fight we just did, except for we have higher damage. Guilty just resists everything, so... And we've got a lot of these items we can grab on the way through here. This is our room with our buddy, who we've definitely met, Leo. Leo's our good friend. Again, in the Game Boy version, has more going on. Here, he's just here and he found your dad, which, thanks. Yeah. Alright. Room full of goodies. Let's head out. Okay, alright. So, to talk about clips, within this castle, clipping is actually not really useful. Because the clipping in this area, we don't have loading zones for moving between room and room, right? We have door. So we can't make our way through here in the same way. The Game Boy version doesn't have, like, party members per se, but there is a third act to the game, and, like, they are with you in it. Like, they are characters in a game. In a video game with, like, characters that, like, do things, you know? And here's our dad. We found Dad. Begus! The spell system in the Game Boy game is much more interesting because you get, like, spells by combining elements rather than just, like, one element. And I think that's more, like, fitting for things like, if I go into here and go to, like, Ice Wall or, Rolling Rock or Confusion. Like, you get those spells as combinations things rather than just, like, deep in. Yeah, Fire Earth equals Volcano, right? Like, I think Heal is still just, like, level 1, or, like, very early water, anyway. Anyway, alright, let's save before Begus. Howdy! Quest was going great. We are fighting the second to last boss. There he is. He learned something else? Okay. I remember having it fairly early in the Game Boy version, so I didn't think much of that. Yeah, you already mix elements for inputs. I'm going, like, up, down, like, I'm going, like, to use Spirit Armor, it's fire and then wind, like, to get to Magic Barrier. So... yeah, okay. I probably shouldn't have even bothered. That, like, cost MP. Alright, jerk. Damn! Yeah, okay. Whatever. Anyway, you see the damage difference? Sort of. The Game Boy game is just a more finished version of this game almost exactly, in a very funky way. I'll eat a bread. You can check out, I think it's Questmas 3 is where we go through the Game Boy one if you're interested in seeing that playthrough. Damn! What a powerful wizard. No wonder this dude's king. Also, look at that little wiggle that Begus does. Okay. All right, okay, all right. Rocks will fall. Begus will take damage. Yeah. One of the things I'm looking at for a future Questmas is playing through the Japanese version, which has, like, more time for it to have had more polish on it. Yes, we've done the rando twice. Rando was 2 and 3, and then I think because we've done one that was like playing the rando with like vanilla, and then playing the rando with like actual additional stuff in it. I want to say those were like, because like the ones we've done base, we've done Game Boy, we've done 2 randos, and I think we've done Dragon Quest 3 with a little bit of the there's a weird Game Boy Color Dig Dug game or something. The Game Boy Color like Dig Dug game was like only enough for like, damn, you are the strongest magician I've ever met, Begus. Yeah, Mr. Do, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen a Mr. Do, so like I can't. I just kind of have to shrug when. But like it looks like a Dig Dug sort of thing, right? Like. Oh, sweet. All right. That's Begus. Dig Dug, but a little worse. Okay. But yeah, like that was Questmas 5 last year, was playing Dragon Quest 3 for a lot of it, and then we played some fantasy puzzle adventure, fantasy something. But then we've done rando, Game Boy, rando, base, and now we're back to base. The adventures of Questmas have been very fun. I've enjoyed Questmas a lot. Anyway, one last thing to go. We have Chaotic Realm. Hi, Shannon. Thanks for the book. How do you feel about Portable Quest? I'm amazed at it. It's kind of incredible that it exists, and it's incredible that it is a, like, in a lot of ways, an improvement on what this game wants to be. It still even does the, like, circles on the ground on a Game Boy Color map. Like, that just blows my mind. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, welcome to Chaos Realm. This is, the final dungeon, which is to say, we're gonna be going through a lot of, like, weird rooms with, like, that we've been in before, kind of like we're doing an Aria of Sorrow Chaos Realm. Yeah, like, it amazes me in how, how well it both, like, adapts the idea of Quest 64 and also stands on its own. Thank you for Cloud of Darkness here. Yeah, it was really fun. I think my favorite part of it is the change to spells to make them, like, multi-element, where you're like, well, if I want, like, weakness, it's like, I'm just saying words, it's like rock plus wind, right? And you get, like, enough of that to get, like, the rock wind 2 spell. Because I think the combinations are way more interesting than just going, all in on one element because that's the best way to fight, because all your spells scale off of one element. There's no reason to ever go into a second element, like, if you're trying to use damage from one spell, right? Yeah. It's very cute. Obviously, the Marrow randomizer's been incredible. The Marrow randomizer, we played both the randomizer and the, like, Lost Keys randomizer. Both very fun. Am I gonna get hit by a Judgment or a Pinhead? It's Judgment! Why did I tumbleweed? I know why I tumbleweeded. This is where we get pinheaded, I think. Yeah. We've done wind fire as a run, and that was where I found out that I think wind is really cool. Alright, we should get to 30 MP before the end of this. You can see kind of like the way that our magic is scaling. It should be pretty easy for us to, like, use enough magic to make sure that we... But yeah, you can see sort of the chaotic realm stuff that I'm talking about here. Yeah. I stand by a lot of the power that wind has in, like, some of the, like, status stuff. There are a lot of fights that I think are just ended by being able to, like, when you're in a fight against 5 enemies and you cast the, like, restrain and hit 3 of them, that means for every 5 turns they would take, they get 2, and you still get 5. The problem is that that's not, like, how a lot of fights in this game go, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, bosses don't work that way. But it lets you break turn economy, and that always feels really good. Hey, here we are. Alright, Pinhead, what do you got? Yeah? Yeah, so, part of the speedrun, part of the important part of the speedrun is either manipulating so that enemy doesn't show up, or fighting enough bosses to make sure you have the health and defense to not die to that hit, right? Like, if you're doing marathon safe strats, you have to make sure you've got the defense to not get murdered right here. Like, you need to make, you know, like, we could have skipped Fargo, is what I'm saying, right? We didn't have to fight Fargo. Fargo's worth 20 health. Things like, you know, things like that. A lot of the, we also didn't have to fight Shelf. We could have skipped Shelf too. That's like 35 health. You mentioned the Japanese version. That version has crits. Ooh. Okay, so you want to manipulate fights so you never see that thing then, because that means, like, again, our 150 damage, 200 health, 1 crit has us dead. I think that's going to be our next year's plan, if nothing else, like, appears as a plan. I know, I have heard talk of a crowd control for this, which has also been, like, an idea in my mind. And also, but, like, the Japanese version I feel like would be a fun run because, like, we know our way through this game. The inability to read, because I don't read Japanese well, wouldn't be too big of a factor. Like, anyway, here's our save point. No Chappie. Oh, Quark, you make that. Okay. Did the crowd control mod? It hasn't been updated. New version of crowd control. Don't think it'll work anymore. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the Dark Sea. Just for a moment. Do you know there's a beach here? Because there is. Like the idea of Shannon as a character. Yeah, again, one of the things that I think is also an improvement within, the Game Boy Quest. It's the other door. The Game Boy Quest is, like, having, oddly enough, like, room and text for characters. Both Leo and Flora are cast members, right? You meet them a couple times, but then we have things going on after we do, like, Fargo. We have a couple other boss fights even. Like, it's neat. Anyway, welcome back to this room. Do you remember this room? It's got the bridge. We're doing it again. I remember the bridge. I'm at full health. I'm at full health, okay. Why would I be checking if I'm at full health? I don't know. No reason. No reason at all. Did I get turned around? No, we're good. Okay. Hi, Shannon. You'll find your quest. I am not of the human spirit. Sorry to complain. Anyway, here's the book. Get out of here. Go deal with this idiot. Thanks. Sorry to complain about being a puppet and not understanding emotions. Like, you're like the youngest person ever, so... Anyway. Mammon! Hey, dude. I love Mammon. Mammon's got like, doing this, like, the hands out pose. Got these big old wings, big, like, antenna pieces. Always laughing. Give me wings. Buddy, I don't have any wings on me. I haven't gone to any place that drops them. So this is the move you want, by the way. That move is dodgeable. That's the range you want moves at. This guy and Keel Legs have a weird overlap. No, it makes sense. So as you can see, For one, you can melee from here. This is actually a melee position. I can see the Culex. And also the 4 elements, right? Like, we have the same 4 elements as, like, the crystals. So Avalanche just ruins Culex's day. You know how it is. Mammon here it has just the most gigantic hitbox for Avalanche. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Even if he takes guilty level damage. You hit like 5 times every time, so. Alright. Reapply our barrier. Yeah, this makes sense to be like, yeah, fully resistant. Yo, I didn't recognize we had Dark Jail Key. Well, you knew we got the book. That's fun. Anyway, I want a bread. I think Mammon has cool attacks, too. Yeah, we got the book on entering Chaos Realm. That was when we got book. And we got key right before this. I just never, like, looked in the inventory to see that it was a thing. I sure hope nobody walks into my house and throws, like, 1,000 rocks in my face. I'd be really annoyed if somebody, like, walked into my house and threw 1,000 rocks in my face. Like, that'd suck. I'd be pretty annoyed if that happened to me. Like, hey, you know, I'm gonna hand off this key. It lets people into my house. Can you go find this book I need, like, from the library? It's nice. But, like, then instead of Shannon coming back with the book you wanted from the library, this kid shows up and just throws thousands of rocks at you. Like, damn, you know? One year we could do... Anyway, that's Questmas done quick. I'm super happy with this run, where we got to do clips through some of the, like, worst dungeons. We got to clip through Coal Hazard. We got to clip through the Boil Hole. We got to clip through Blue Cave. We got to clip through the mines. And we got to use the power of dying and eating a bread as you die to gain 40 spirits. So, just an excellent time. Great Questmas. And with that, I never put me back on the screen after I took me off the screen earlier. Hi, I'm back. When we went over to the manual, I hid myself. But yeah, Merry Questmas. Hope you have had a great time just hanging out. These are meant to be the, you know, just chill time to enjoy the holidays. It's what it's all about. Rocks fall, magic barriers, bonking people with a stick, the power of the elements. and Brian, who did die, but it's okay because he ate a bread. But yeah, Questmas. I like to keep doing Questmas every year. We've still got more ideas for different ways. A couple people mentioned the Berserker run, which I'm guessing is just the idea of, what if I bonk everyone with a stick? Which sounds like a fun time. The spirit duping we have would make that a lot easier, where we could start with like 40 fire and just like bonk people in the head. Also, it'd probably be more fun on the randomizer, where we can disable the dispel, but anyway, yeah. Merry Questmas to all. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Nick Themeron, for the pile of gift subs. I did not go through and thank everyone individually on that, but if you did get one, thank you. Thanks, Ty, for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a great time with Bayo too. I understand having the things you got to take care of on the holidays. Thank you to everybody else for being here, and for all the other subs, Frosty Man, Medibot, and everyone else here. Just glad to have you here for Questmas. Time to relax. Yeah, if you want to catch more, you can always follow, see when I go live. The normal streams are weekdays at 7 Central. Tomorrow will be some more Slay the Spire mods. You can subscribe to, you get the cool slimes, skulls, mold drifters, and mimics. But yeah, we got Dragon Quests, we got Slay the Spire, we got Magic, we got, soon we're going to have a Little Town Hero. That's going to be after MagFest. That'll be starting on Thursdays. Next week, on New Year's, the plan is to play Unbeatable. Unbeatable is a game that came out and grabbed itself into my soul, and I need to share it with you all. So that's going to be... The plan is to have that also be on Thursday next week on the holidays for the New Year's. The idea is just go through, the whole thing if we can. I think, that'll be 6 to 7 hours, give or take. I'll post more about that as it comes up. But then also, the normal stuff, Trails on Tuesday, Magic on Monday, Dragon Quest Wednesday, and Questmas. So yeah. That's Quest. Merry Questmas. Thank you all for joining. Hope you all have a wonderful time. And hope you all have had a wonderful time. Yeah, I should see who is still going here. I can hand you over. Keep the Questmas spirit alive for others too. Ooh. Yeah. I see Tina Hacks is doing Final Fantasy VI speedrunning. Excellent. That's a great place to hand over. Tina does some incredible stuff. So yeah. Pass you on over there. But yeah, thank you all for joining. Merry Questmas to all. It's all good night.